No, actually, it's 8:05. All day. Coach.
How are you?
Good. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Please have a seat.
Nice and early. Good morning,
worries.
everybody.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill McChris, and before we start, a couple of quick notes. Please check your cell phones. Make sure they are not making noise. We've got them on quiet. Also, no flash photography. All right. At this time, we want to welcome head coach Jenny Baranczyk from University of Oklahoma. And Coach, thank you for coming. Before we start, maybe with the questions, if you wanted to talk a little bit about the journey to Sacramento through the NCAA tournament and a little bit about that process.
Well, we are just thrilled that we got to host again this season, and happy to have Oklahoma people here today too. So love this team, love the growth that we've had. It's been a fun mix of youth and experience, and just really excited to be here.
Okay, great. We'll open it up to questions right down here up front. Again, as was said earlier, please identify
Isn't
yourself.
it like already noon for you?
By name and media
Stretching?
outlet.
Yeah, it's great when people call you 5:30 in the morning not knowing you're on the West Coast. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Tremendous. Doug Feinberg, the AP. Coach, two questions. One is just, you guys played here in November. How helpful was that, if at all, getting used to the facilities, the arena from that point? Second one is just, you've played South Carolina before, so how much does that help you familiarity with a team that you've already played and had some success against?
Well, as my daughter noticed, today's her birthday. She's here. She turned 12 today. So she noticed every step. She got to come with us. So for her, we're used to a lot of things. For me, I'm, who knows if it helps you to be able to play. Do I think it helped us playing a UCLA in November here? Absolutely. I don't think that can hurt you. I think when you're playing against great teams, it exposes you early, and you have to learn, and you fall down. And we're lucky to play in the SEC conference too for that very same reason. So when you face a team like South Carolina, you've played them before. You've gotten beat by a lot. You've gotten closer, and then we obviously had a game in overtime. So that's why you play in that league, is it prepares you for the NCAA tournament. I remember Dawn telling us that. It's my second year in the SEC, and I remember her telling us that this league does. One, it makes a woman out of you, and two, it definitely gets you prepared for that next level. So do I think there are some things? I think we played okay. I think we had some moments that we played really well in that game. I think we had moments that we didn't. Do I think they played their A game? Probably not. So you still have to be ready, and I don't know if that helps you or hurts you, but at the end of the day, it's a basketball game. It's in the Sweet 16, and the margin of error is really, really small, and at least we go in knowing that, and we better be ready.
Question over here.
Hi, Coach. Asia Simone Smith with KTXL. And I also had two quick questions. How much have beers and beer lust affected the program? And also with your younger players, how much have you seen develop over the year?
Yeah. I think Reagan is one that, she came in and obviously had great success at Oregon State, and then all of a sudden, we all know what happened and why it happened, and we were so lucky and fortunate to have her. I will forever be impressed with her picking this conference to play in. She could have gone anywhere, and for her to pick a team that was on the edge, she's taken us to a different level. And it's been amazing to be able to watch her progress and to be able to watch her become more assertive and confident. And I think she's just led us in great ways. Peyton is very similar to that. You know, Peyton took a chance on us as well, and at a different time. She was hungry. She's really started to build this. I mean, the experience that Peyton has had. She came in, we didn't have a post, we're in a 5-out, we're in the Big 12. She had to sit out a semester. She's grown so much, and so to be able to watch her navigate this journey, to be able to play with a young point guard in Aaliyah and really lead a young team this season has been phenomenal to watch. So I love the way that our freshmen, sometimes I love the way that they're playing. Sometimes they're freshmen. But at the end of the day, the fact that they still have smiles on their faces, they're getting this unmatched experience playing in this conference, playing in the NCAA tournament. This is their first Sweet 16, and so I'm excited to be able to watch them step on the floor and just continue to grow. So I think they're developing. I think they've had fun playing. I think they've failed. I think they've done great things and everything in between. So I love the mesh of our worlds, and just excited to continue to be part of the journey with them.
Question out here on the second row.
Hi, Coach. Matthew Walter from the 9 Sports. You obviously are one of the fastest teams in the country. You guys push plays, play with tempo, and I'm just wondering, how do you build that mindset where even when the other team scores, you take it out of the net and we're going, and you try to get your team to just play fast and not worry about sort of makes or misses from the other team, that we're just going to play with this aggressive mentality on offense no matter what?
I really do feel like, and kind of going to add to that, the question I was just asked, well, in twofold. One, sometimes there's this misconception that a center like a Reagan Beers can't play at that pace, and I don't agree with it. And it makes you be assertive, and it makes you position, it makes you be in alignment with one another more than you think. It's not just roll it out and somebody go make a play. You have to be on the same page at all times. And so that's something that I've been impressed with. Our young players learn the pace isn't always just in a fast break set. We're still learning, trying to get it in the half court look too, because sometimes, you're not going to get it in the first 6 seconds, 7 seconds. You've got to be able to work it into, you have to be able to learn both. But I think that's part of who we are. The reason that I do that is I want 5 people on the floor as scorers at all times. At all times. I want everybody to rebound. I want everybody to defend. I want everybody to handle. I want everybody to shoot. When you are like that and you build your chemistry, it's really challenging to guard, but more so than that, it's really fun to play. That's my goal in this whole thing, is for them to love the game of basketball and to be able to play it, to be able to read it, to be able to celebrate an assist just as much as a screen, just as much as a basket made. And I think you can see that in our players. The seasons get long. This is a lot on young people, especially right now. Like, I know this crazy world that we're in is really benefiting young people, but it's also not easy for them. And so for them to still find the fun and the light and the love, we're gatekeepers not just of Oklahoma or the SEC or college women's basketball. We're gatekeepers of this sport. And so that's what I want. I want these young boys and girls. We're still trying to build a fan base, right? We're still trying to build dreams for young people to come in and watch. But that's why we do that. And the more that you do that, the more fun you have. Sometimes the faster you go.
Question here and then there.
Hi, Jenny, your fellow Central Time Zone person.
I know, exactly.
Mike Vopel, ESPN.com. If you go back to that South Carolina game, it was at a time when you guys kind of needed a confidence boost. And
You mean because we lost a lot right before
yeah,
that? Right? Yeah.
But it was very emotional after that game in a really good way. And I wonder what it was like for your team, because I know you still had a lot of SEC season, but what that game meant both to the team and then particularly to Aaliyah, because she really stepped forward in that overtime. What did that mean to both?
Yeah, and the outside world, right? That got inside a huddle. But the outside world thinks that the emotion came from the win. The emotion didn't come from the win of a game. The emotion came because we're a young team trying to navigate life together. You're trying to bring in And especially at that time, you have this center that's really good. You have a playmaker in Peyton that's really good. You have Sahara Williams, who has this just incredible energy and presence about her. And then you mix it with freshmen, and at that, you mix it with an Aaliyah Chavez, who was a fairly ball-dominant guard coming in, learning how to play with really great players around her and putting them in position. So at that time, the emotion was more about us playing together, and you could feel that togetherness. You could feel those assists. You could feel the pace. You could feel the way that you played, and that was really where that emotion is. So I don't think it was even you win or lose. It's not like we were sitting there and, thinking the rain was on us and we were feeling so sorry for ourselves. It was, okay, it doesn't feel good to lose. Those 2 weeks feel like 3 months. They really do. That's the intensity of this sport and of this league. But I would say that emotion wasn't because we won a basketball game. That emotion was because of how we played. And when you play like that, then sometimes that scoreboard is on your side.
Yeah, follow up.
Can you talk a little bit about, I know this seems like an obvious question, what makes South Carolina so tough this season with the way that Edwards has progressed, Okot, the variety of guards they can throw at you? What makes them so difficult to face?
What I think about South Carolina is that you don't get just this year's team. You get the history of South Carolina. You get their experience that's unmatched. You get a Raven Johnson that has had any and every kind of experience in that leadership. You get a Tessa Johnson who has done nothing but hit huge shots over and over and over again. And then you add a Tanaya Latson, right, into that mix. That's a different guard. That's a playmaking guard. And so just right there, that's a challenge enough. Obviously, I think Medina Okot has had an incredible season. She's just her versatility. She's shooting the 3-ball more. You can't just sit and pack a paint. They're offensively so skilled and defensively so disciplined. And I haven't even mentioned Joyce yet. And Edwards is so beyond special. I got to coach her this summer in USA. So she's high character. She is plays very, very hard. She's a matchup nightmare because of her strength and her size and her ability to maneuver in small spaces. She just finds ways. So to me, they're very, very well balanced. They're a team that is used to the moment. And you never get to play this year's team at this time. You're playing a lot of history there.
Question up front.
Hi, Coach. Isabel Gonzalez, CBS Sports. This is a bit of a two-part question. Obviously, Aaliyah Chavez had an amazing performance in that overtime period, and I feel like that's kind of what really helped her case for one of the best players, freshmen in the nation. So I'm wondering, what kind of conversation do you have with her ahead of this game, because there was so much attention on her after that performance, and also what's the biggest thing you've seen her grow from the beginning of the season to now?
Well, I feel like Aaliyah is she's not a one-hit wonder. She's just she just gets better and better and better and better, and she's learning more and more and more and more. And some freshmen have great games, and then they don't, and then they do, and then they don't. And she hasn't really been like that for us. She's just been really, really steady. I've been really impressed with her daily approach. Therefore, no conversations needed. She shows up. She loves playing the game. She is so simple. She loves her team. She loves, she's not afraid of anything, and yet she just wants to work for it. So she doesn't even come into a game to win the game. She comes in to play the game. And she wants to win, and a lot of times she does win, but she is like addicted to learning the game. She wants to have those conversations. You'll watch her run over during a timeout and want to articulate things. You'll watch her. If you really watch her, she'll be like, okay, we need to run this for Reagan. What do you think? And I'm like, you go right ahead. So her ability to, at the beginning of the year, not use many words, to now really starting to articulate in some timeouts, to play calling sometimes for her teammates. Sure, she will come down, and there's times where she feels like, I have to do this. She's gone from I have to do this all of the time to let's figure this out together. and not in terms of me and her, but her and her team. So you can see that natural leadership really growing. She is a coach's dream, and I know there's outside stuff sometimes that gets projected onto her, and I don't really think it's fair because I think everybody that plays with her loves her. Everybody that gets to see what she does every day respects her, and they know that, at the end of the day, she wants to win, and she's going to put us in positions to do that. But she's also not afraid to fall. Sometimes people can get really heady about things or get really worried about what they did in a 5-minute segment in January. That's not where Aaliyah's at. Aaliyah's at today. She just focuses on what she needs to do today.
Time for one final question here up front.
Yeah, Colton Staley, the Oklahoman. Hey, Jenny, you've talked about Zaya being the most improved player in the SEC several times. I was just curious to ask you about how you've sort of seen her grow into her role. I know you've said doesn't have the most outward personality, but how have you sort of seen her grow into that and help lead this team? I
love watching Zaya. I really do. And again, somebody that's in the gym all the time, someone that, talk about growing with somebody, and she's somebody that just looks at our team and sees greatness in everybody around her and knows that she has to bring in, and I think that's what's really elevated her game. That's not easy for a sophomore to do. A lot of times sophomores can get really intimidated by certain things, and she doesn't. She just knows that she's got to get better. She knows she has to come in really focused. She knows that she's got to guard. She knows that there's times that she's going to have to get switched on to a post and, do whatever she can. There's times that she has to make really big plays for us offensively. And so she hasn't shied away from one moment. And again, I think I probably keep saying this too much, and it might be the parent in me. It might be the fact that I have a daughter's birthday, so I'm in kind of a different mode today. But, when you can see young people fall down, get up, and go, the difference between a year ago Zaya Van and today's Zaya Van is completely different. You guys get to see it on the court. I get to see it every day. And every day that I see her show up and work through some things that are challenging, that to me, Zaya's going places in life. So I'm just, even her confidence, the way she carries herself, the words that she's using, where a year ago she wasn't using many. And now you can just see her continuing to grow. Thank you.
Coach
Thanks for asking
Baranczyk,
about her,
thank you
too.
very much for your time.
Thank
and,
you.
Very
Thank
best
you.
of luck tomorrow.
Appreciate you all. Boomer.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Would you like a first question with the students?
master isn't here, so I gotta get it in some.
Yes. All right. We're going to get started with our student athletes for the Oklahoma Sooners. Today we have Reagan Beers, Aaliyah Chavez, and Sahara Williams. Again, if you're just coming into the room, please silence your cell phone. We're going to start off with questions, if that's okay. We've got a question right down here.
Good morning, Dylan Clearfield, USA Today Sports Network. So Sahara, specifically for you, I know that you mentioned that you were overlooked by some programs. What was it about Oklahoma that made this home for you, as well as what your coach made, it's so special for you during your recruitment?
No, Jenny was just different. She was all about being blue collar. She didn't really care about a story, a pass, or anything. She just wanted people who were going to come and work hard and just play the game of basketball and not come in for any other extra things. So I think just Jenny's belief in young women, I think, was what really stood out to me in the culture that she really believes in. And I just thought it was something that I could be here and build with her in. So that's why I was just so confident in coming to Oklahoma.
Hi, Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. For Reagan, you've had the opportunity to match up against Medina Okot a couple times over the last 2 seasons now in the SEC. I'm wondering how that scout has evolved for you watching her.
Obviously, her outside shot has developed in the past 2 years, which I think is so cool to see as a fellow post player who is also trying to work on my outside shot. So to be able to see that in someone else and other post players who are working on that is really cool. So obviously that part of the scout has changed. But she is a phenomenal rebounder, offensive rebounder specifically. She gets in there. So we got to be able to focus on that, obviously. And then she's a threat on the block. I mean, that girl can score. And so it's going to be really important, obviously, to keep her as far away from the basket as possible tomorrow. So obviously that'll be my job along with our team. And so I'm excited to go up against her again.
Question over here on the side one more time.
Sahara, follow-up about the recruitment process. So you wrote that Oklahoma was the only school to offer me the kind of love and support that you needed for it to feel like home. Can you tell us about a moment that you felt that during your process?
I would say, honestly, because Jenny was a coach at Drake first. I'm from Iowa, so like Iowa girls. And then when she got the job here and she kept recruiting me, that's when I was like, oh yeah, like she really is a fan of my game, and I'm just as big of a fan of her and how she coaches and her philosophy. So I think when she got the job here and she continued to recruit me, I think that was a big moment for me.
Right here, down there.
Michael Vogel, ESPN.com. Aaliyah, can you talk about just the evolution of your game this season? Jenny talked about how it's a learning process for anybody, but especially for a point guard. Can you talk about that, and then specifically maybe what you learned from that game against South Carolina?
Definitely just, man, like she said, my game's growing each and every day. It's during practice, during the games, even outside the court. But, the huge thing that I learned during that game is just the pace. I feel like definitely at the very beginning we were sped up more than we needed to be. I think obviously in that third and fourth quarter we slowed down and started playing Oklahoma basketball. So that's what I learned for sure.
Question at the back of the room.
Brian Brinkley, KFOR-TV. Reagan, you got pretty emotional after the Michigan State game. Not to get you too emotional again, but talk about what your feeling is about what you've been able to accomplish in 2 years at Oklahoma and what you feel like maybe you and the other veteran players have done as far as setting the tempo for this program going forward.
Yeah, if my team has learned anything about me, it's that I'm a crier in my 2 years here. So yeah, lots of emotions for sure after that game. One of my last game at Lloyd Noble, which was an emotional time because I love those fans, I love those people, and I love this place. And so it has been incredible to have 2 years here under Jenny, a phenomenal coach who not only believes in you as a player, but believes in you as a person. And like Sahara mentioned earlier, wants you to be a strong woman and be able to go out and do amazing things in the world. And so it's been great to be a part of a culture that just pushes that and have a coach that encourages that in you. And so then to be surrounded by 10 other girls this year who want that for you as well, that want you to have fun and enjoy your last year, has been an incredible journey for me these 2 years.
Question here in the second row.
Hi, Matthew Walter from the 9 Sports. Reagan, in this 5-out system that you guys run, how do you feel like your game has grown over the last couple of years? Because obviously it's a very different style and system than what you played at Oregon State, and it's a little bit more up-tempo. But Jenny said it's wrong to think that someone like you can't play and feed in this style.
It was really cool when I was first being recruited by Jenny out of the transfer portal. I was very hesitant. I was like, Jenny, I don't know if I can. I'm not that fast. I don't know if I can play that fast. Y'all play really fast. So I came on my visit, and she showed me film of me doing something at Oregon State, and then Oklahoma doing it. She's like, you literally did it just in a different jersey. Like, you literally did it. You'll just be doing more of that. And so that was really, really cool and kind of got me to see a vision that I didn't see yet and that Jenny could see, which was really unique. And so now I love playing fast, and when we slow down to practice, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, let's get going, you know what I mean? So it's been really cool to see that. And then Aaliyah coming here, obviously, and then Zaya elevating that speed of our game 100%. When we have guards who can push the ball like that and then keep our pace in the half court, we're a tough team to guard. And so obviously we need to be able to do that tomorrow, be consistent in that, which is going to be fun.
Question in the back corner.
Hey, Reagan. The Chase Justice, WYFF News 4 in South Carolina. This is your 5th matchup against a Dawn Staley coach team. In 3 of the past 4, you've dropped 15 or more points. What's led to some of that success, and how does that familiarity help at this stage in the tournament?
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know this is, I know I played them a lot, but okay, nice. I guess I have the experience a little bit. They're a phenomenal team, obviously, and I've played anywhere from Camila Cardoso to now, obviously, Okot, 2 phenomenal post players, and so I've just gotten better every time I've played them. They're one of the standards in women's basketball, so I think it's really cool, and we have our own standard now at Oklahoma because of the experience that we have had in the tournament for last year and this year. And so it's been really fun to play against really good teams, South Carolina being one of them, and March Madness is such a cool time for that. And so what a unique opportunity that we have to play in the SEC and then come here and play more really good teams in the tournament, South Carolina being one. So we got a lot of work to do, obviously, tomorrow to be able to handle them, but we're a good team, too. They've had to scout us all week as well, so I'm excited to go up against them for 5th time, you said? 6th time? So 5th time. All right.
Question right up front.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. Reagan, how much does it help you guys, familiarity, having played them this year already and had success when you watch in the film? You see things that you can work on, but also had success with.
Obviously, you want to look back at that film and say, okay, what did we do well? What were the things we can improve upon? But also that, in my opinion, I felt like years ago that we played them, and so we are 2 very different teams as of now. They've obviously improved since then, and so have we. And so it's going to be a similar game to how we play, but also very different. And so they still have, obviously, scores inside and outside, and so do we. And so we have to be consistent in a lot of the things that we do on defense, knowing our personnel, knowing who we got to guard on that 3-point line, who can shoot lights out, and knowing who we got to box out and not let them rebound. And so many things that they do well, we have been working on to combat. And so I'm proud of us for the work that we put in to get to this point and the work that we put in this week to prepare for them tomorrow.
Question in the back, and then here.
Brian Brinkley, KFOR TV. For Aaliyah, can you talk about how you and the fellow freshmen have progressed this season, and how important was it to have veterans like Reagan and Sahara and Peyton to help guide you and to make your game better as you've been a freshman this year?
No, yeah. I mean, I can't speak for all the other freshmen, but for me, both of them have been leaders to me, have been sisters to me, been my calm people, so they have been huge in my journey here at Oklahoma. But I feel like all of the freshmen are growing each and every day. We're just having more confidence each day, each practice, each game. So we're just growing each and every day.
Question in the second row.
Yeah, Sahara, you almost sometimes feel like you're the energy source of the entire gymnasium. And you also sometimes have to play smaller than you are and larger than you are as a defender, because you defend all sorts of players. I wonder where that energy and sort of that ability to just be a kind of a Swiss Army knife, if you will, comes from. And then Reagan, if you could kind of talk about playing with somebody like her.
Well, I think for me, when you just love something, like, you just do it to the best of your ability. And I think it's such a blessing that every day we get to play basketball and we get to play in March. So I think that's just why I kind of play so hard. I mean, you work so hard at it, how do you not want to come out and play? And I think when you have people like Reagan and Aaliyah and the rest of our staff and people on our team, it's kind of hard not to show up. And when you can do something so special, it's kind of hard not to show up. So I think for me, that's just where it comes from, the love of the game and just the love of the people that I get to do it with.
I think a Swiss Army knife is a great, honestly, way to describe Sahara. I wouldn't have thought about it like that, but that's a great analogy. And one such cool thing about Sahara, because she is that way, is that one game she could have 20 points and just be a ferocious person on defense, and the next game she can maybe have 5 points, but then she's going to have 8 assists. And so she really is a utility player in a way for our team. And I think her and Peyton actually both do that a lot of the time, doing the things that people don't necessarily want to do all the time. She's always the first one to close out and clap in front of somebody and distract them enough so they miss that three-point shot or something like that. So she has the energy of a bullet at times, and so that just uplifts everyone around her and uplifts our team and forces us to reach her level. Because when she plays at that level, we are really good. And then that forces us to play at that level because she is doing that. And so that has elevated our team, that has elevated this program, and that has elevated Oklahoma.
Question in the back corner.
Hey, Leah, you had a great matchup against South Carolina in round one. How does that success help you this time around when it's win or go home, and specifically being guarded by Raven Johnson? What do you remember about that matchup?
Really all I remember is how my team made sure I got them wide open shots. That's all it is. Obviously, they put the trust in me to make those shots. They passed it to me to make those shots. But, just like Reagan said, like, we've gotten better, they've gotten better. So we're just going to come out and play Oklahoma basketball and make sure that we come out and make sure we know our scouts and know what we need to do on defense and how we need to push the ball on offense.
Aaliyah, I was wondering, as you've grown into the season, how have you found your pace of play? Because I watch you play and it's out of the net, boom, we're up, and you're down the floor so quickly. As you've grown into the season, how have you sort of learned that pace of when to play fast, when to slow down, and finding that sort of middle ground?
I think I'm just growing each and every game. I mean, we play different teams. Some days you have to push as fast as you can, and some days you have to slow it down. Obviously, I think a huge part was that South Carolina game the last time we played them, because we were sped up a little too much in the first quarter or first half, and you could tell. And I think coming out that third quarter, you see that obviously I have the ball in my hands a lot, so I determine how fast we need to go and how slow we need to go. So I definitely think that's been a huge challenge, but I've been growing each and every game.
Question in the back row.
Sahara, for you, this will be your fourth time you've played South Carolina the last 2 years. That first one didn't go so well in Columbia, but you've gotten progressively better, beat them in Norman this year. Can you talk about how getting familiar with them and their talent and ability and everything else has helped this team, and how much confidence you have going into this fourth meeting?
No, I think, first of all, they're a really, really good team, and each time we've played them, it's definitely been a different type of game. But I think having experience is your best teacher. You never really know till you play. You never really know how it feels till you're under the lights in the big moments. And I just feel like our last time we played them kind of showed, like, okay, we got the experience and we have the talent. So when you get experience and talent, I think really good things happen. But I think this team has just grown and grown and grown and grown. And even from the first time that I played them last year, like you said, it was like not our best game, but even like our last time we played them, it was like, wow. Like, look at how much we've grown. And that was even in January and like 2 months ago. And it's like, okay, we're a different team today. So I'm just excited to see how much that we've grown. And I know they're a different team. They've had to scout us and we've had to scout them. But I'm just excited to see how much like we've really, really grown.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your time and best of luck in your game.
Thank you.
9:15, yep. Student athletes at 9:35. Live mic. Check one. Hello. No, quiero fazer. Raven Johnson, Tessa Johnson, Joyce Edwards are the ones that'll be coming out. You're very welcome. And we're still talking. And I'm singing. You got 5? Yep, 5 minutes. 5 minutos. Morning, everybody. Before we start this, just a quick couple of reminders. Please make sure your cell phones are silenced so that we don't have any issues with that here. And if you're taking any kind of a still photo, please no flash photography. And with that, Coach Don Staley, thank you for joining us this morning. Really appreciate your time. And we're going to go ahead and open it up to questions.
Perfect.
Right down here in the front. No, go ahead. You're first.
David Cloninger, Post and Courier. Dawn, lots been talked about. This was one of the two teams that beat you this year, so not looking for state secrets, but how much do you tweak for a game plan going into this game, or do you tweak anything at all?
I don't think we tweak from what we didn't do the last time. I think we tweak from where we want to play in a tournament and the things that we need to do to stay organized. So it's that, I'll address. We're not motivated by we're avenging a loss. We're motivated by advancing. So it's not like, oh, they beat us last time, let us do this or that. It's survive and advance. It is to have more points than they do at the end of the 40 minutes or however long it takes.
Question on the left.
Hey, Coach Staley, I'm Wesley Webb with USA Today. Have you had any interactions with Kimora during her Sweet 16 run, and how has your relationship evolved over the course of this season?
No interaction. I've spoken to Coach Mox a few times. I always send her a text to congratulate her. I think I went to UVA over the Christmas break. Got a chance to sit and chat with her, and just letting her know she's doing a great job. We're back to our glory days at UVA.
Question in the front row.
Hey, Coach. Brendan Potts, World Exposure Report. With the impact and the success that you've had in this South Carolina community, how does it feel to see Joyce's leap from year 1 to year 2 and her growth, knowing that she's doing it from essentially her backyard?
We pride ourselves on actually making sure our local top players stay at home. We make it very difficult for them to leave. Obviously, the community is very strong, and I do think a lot of times our local superstars love playing in front of their families and love playing in front of a great crowd. Joyce's progress from year 1 to year 2 has been outstanding. I think that progress got sped up a little bit more because of Chloe went down early in the season, and I think Joyce just took it upon herself to want to win. And she's got the space and the focal point, the structure of allowing her to just kind of play freely, and she studies the game. She knows what things she need to correct from last season to this season, and she's doing that in real time.
Question down on the end to the right.
Chris Wellbaum, Gamecock Central. On sort of the opposite end of the spectrum, you have Alicia Turnaby's. How do you identify a prospect like her, an international prospect, and do you think international recruiting is becoming a bigger part of the recruiting process?
Well, when we recruited Allie, we had some small introductions with her mom, and then we just have some mutual people that we know, and then the communication started. I'm talking to them. You talk to these people, and you just kind of talk to all the people that haven't been with the family, and then you take it from there. I think where it really escalated was not when Coach Boyer and I went to France in October. It escalated when there was talk of her possibly being able to play right away, and that is the thing that really intrigued them as a family, because she wasn't playing as much on her pro team, and she wanted to play, and that's when things sped up. So we're very fortunate she did choose us. And she has a really bright future. I think she's doing great coming in the middle of the season and having to deal with, the competitiveness and physicality of the SEC, to now just being able to contribute and help us.
Question on the second row and then up front.
Hey, Coach, Matthew Walter from the Nine Sports. You said after the win in Baton Rouge that Raven Johnson was going to be someone you were going to miss the most. And I'm just curious, what is it about Raven that makes her so special and makes her such a great person for this team and such a leader?
Well, what I like about Raven is it's not often that young people are comfortable in their skin at a young age. She's very comfortable in her skin, and if you're not comfortable in your skin, you're going to be uncomfortable around Raven because she's going to say some things that are unexpected, but are pretty on point. So I like that. I like the fact that she is unpredictable, but true to herself. And then I love Raven during this time because it reminds me of playing on like Olympic teams where nothing really matters but winning. Points don't matter, who gets the notoriety. Raven just wants to win, and I love the purity of that, so I'll miss that.
Question up front, then we'll go to the back.
Yeah, Michael Vopel, ESPN.com. Coach, one of the things that Jenny was talking about was the fact that you guys have been standard bearers for so long in the SEC, how hard that is to do. I wonder if you could talk about that and also then what you think they've brought to the league, maybe their style of play or what they brought to the SEC joining it.
I mean, it's hard to sustain, and we've done a really good job of bringing players in that really understand that, and it really is somewhat of a sacrifice to come to South Carolina because you're gonna play basketball for all the right reasons, and it doesn't mean that it's always like my way or the highway. It's not. It's a collaborative thing. Like, our players are very comfortable with communicating the things that they like and don't like. I'm very comfortable doing that, but I'm always going to err on what's best for our program. And a lot of times, what's best for our program is the way we operate and the way players have a mutual respect for basketball and for their futures. So yes, that's really hard. And it's really hard because it's super competitive in the SEC. I do think some people get a little bit of South Carolina fatigue, and the success that we've had and the sustained success that we have, and that's okay by us, because again, we respect the game. We want to do things the right way, and sometimes that's not the most popular thing. I think Oklahoma brings to the SEC, like, you're prepared for a different style of play. Like, when you get to the tournament, like now, like we don't have to familiarize ourselves with someone that plays as fast as they play. We don't have to familiarize ourselves for, having a big, or sometimes when they sub beers out, they go small and they space the floor. So you get a glimpse of what that looks like, and it sets you up for success beyond our league. And that's why, we have, 5-6 teams in the Sweet 16.
Question in the back row in the center.
Thank you very much. Coach Judy Gadsden from WIS-TV out of Columbia. Good to see you this morning. In South Carolina, when you played Southern Cal, we ran into a mother-daughter who traveled from Philly. They've made the trip several times to Columbia this year. Some fans have rearranged. They were banking on Fort Worth, but they've been trying to rearrange to get out here to Sacramento. And then I met a fan from Orange County yesterday who said you and Cheryl Miller were her favorite players growing up, and she just had to be here. When you travel this far from home and still see Gamecock fans at the team hotel in the arena, what do you think that says about the program you've built?
It's normal. Like, it's really normal for us, and it's incredible. Like, we hear the story was great too. I did see it, great story, and I do remember them from my Temple days as well. So I think it's just nowadays fans are really versed in women's basketball. They really understand. They want more access. They want more content, and I think the media people do a great job. The creatives are doing a great job at getting, who South Carolina is, and I'm going to say South Carolina because we're here. But each and every program has somebody, putting out content that will bring fans in of wanting more and more and more. But I think we got something pretty special at South Carolina where it's a gift and a curse because, they had us, they bought their tickets to Fort Worth thinking we're going to be in Fort Worth, and we didn't take care of business, and we didn't control our own destiny, and now they're finding ways to, make it work from a monetary standpoint to get to Sacramento. But super proud, like we won't have the type of success that we have had without the support of our fans.
Question up front. Yeah, right behind you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
Hey, Coach, Doug Feinberg, the AP. Coach Close was saying yesterday that how the game has changed, that she doesn't know how much longer she'll be doing this because of NIL, transfer, all the other stuff that's going on. You've excelled at this for so many years. How have you seen the game change the last, I'll say, since COVID hit a few years ago, and they changed the transfer portal to be now after the tournament's over? What do you think the future is for this?
I think we're in a world where, it's transactional. Simply, it's transactional, and we can try to keep the core principle of who we are as coaches and the sanctity of the team, and try to create. For me, I coach from my days being on an Olympic team. That is how I coach. Meaning, I try to coach where the team is the team success, and then we know that individuals make up the success of a team, and you deal with each player, and you have them. You try to get them in a position where they understand their worth, right? And then you coach from there. NIL has really changed everything. Like, it really has changed, how you have to move day to day. You got to make sure psychologically our kids are in a good place. Mentally, they're in a good place, and their parents. So you're actually having to do a lot of work. And if you're not used to that part of it, it will run you out of the business because it's no longer just coaching. I welcome the 2 hours that we get to be on the court because nothing else enters into that space at that time. It is the 22 hours beyond that you have to really go in and exhaust yourself, making sure that everybody's good from day to day, from week to week, and definitely in the postseason. But I welcome change. I like challenges. I like to figure out things and still find a way to be successful. So I think when that leaves me, then I know it's time for me to move on.
Time for one more question right here.
Grace Rayner with The Athletic. What does Medina mean to this team, and what's it been like for you just to see her journey from Kenya to the U.S.?
Medina's been great. Like, we deemed her Big Mama because she's just so much bigger than everybody else, and she's so gentle with her speech, and she's a quiet soul, but has a real thirst to be better, to be great. And it's unfortunate that she hasn't really had enough basketball experiences to be great. So she's in a training ground for being great. I think her coming to South Carolina and getting a different type of experience, just different. Playing for our team. There's a lot of scrutiny. There's a lot of expectations, and it's great for her to have to go through it, even if she's challenged mentally, because I know it's a mental toll on how she wants to move. She wants to be great for her country, for us, and the next level. So I think she has probably been one of the main reasons why we sit where we sit You know, she's got, I don't know, 22, 23 double-doubles on the, in this season. I mean, that's really hard to do in the league that we play in, and she's found a way to do that.
Coach, thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Bring them right up. Good morning, all. A couple of quick notes. As we've said every time, please make sure your cell phones are silent. I'm going to check mine as well, and it is. And no flash photography. On the dais, we're fortunate enough to have Raven Johnson, Tessa Johnson, and Joyce Edwards. And why don't we go ahead and open it up to questions from the media right here in the center, and then we'll go there.
Jack Church with Her Hoop Stats. Raven, Dawn was in here earlier talking about how her priority wasn't at all about revenge against Oklahoma from the game earlier and just focused on advancing. Just, do you see it in the same way, or do you have sort of any desire to get a lick back on OU?
Yeah, I mean, we all see it in the same way. Honestly, she told us in practice what she said here, and I think, it's not really about getting licked back. I mean, we just got to come here and do what we do, play to a standard that we know we can play, and bring our practice habits to the game. So I think, it's all about advancing and beating the team that's in front of you.
Right over here. Here and then there.
This is for Tessa. The other day we asked Dawn if she'd ever seen a player with a shot release as quick as yours, and she said Diana Taurasi. So I don't know if you, I don't know if you heard that. What's your reaction, and how do you think you compare to Taurasi?
She was actually one of the players that my dad told me to watch when growing up. So I take that as a compliment from her. So thank you to Coach Staley.
Question down here in front and then there.
Hi, Kendra Andrews, ESPN.com. I'll direct it towards Raven to start, but if you guys have input, please do. Oklahoma's coach Jenny was saying how when their team goes up against South Carolina, it's not just competing against this current group, but it's competing against the history of your guys' program. And I'm just curious do you guys ever think of what South Carolina represents, what you guys represent in these Gamecock jerseys, this current team, and then all of the women that came before you as well?
Oh, yes, definitely. I played with some of the greats that were here, like example, Aaliyah Boston. I could keep going. But I think when we go in practice, they literally have banners of all, like, some of the greats that got drafted in first round. And I think, that kind of, we look at those and that kind of reminds us of what the legacy have been here. Then you walk by the CLA and you see Asia Wilson's statue, and then what she's doing on social media, all you see is her. Of what is she doing for women's basketball? I think it says a lot for the program what Coach Staley and Asia Wilson want the first national championship here, and I think we're playing more than just for us. It's bigger than us. It's for South Carolina on our chest and the legacy that people did in front of us.
Yeah, and I think we always talk about like the standard. So committing here, we knew the standard. We knew that we wanted to win, and I think just bringing that and just keeping, like Raven said, the legacy going is important to us.
Yeah, I feel like other previous players has created a culture and expectation that South Carolina holds. It's not something I individually think about when playing because I just want to win, just like probably they did. But the culture and the expectation is there only because they paved the way for us to be in this position and be a winning program.
Question in here in the center.
Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. For Joyce and Tessa, Coach was in here earlier talking about how Raven is comfortable in her skin, and if you're uncomfortable, she's going to make you comfortable and just sort of push you and test you. What is it about Raven that makes her not only a great leader, but just pulls out the best in everybody else on this team?
I would say her mindset and like her personality. She's always talking about being true to yourself, and I think that the fact that she can just be so herself, it like allows us to be ourselves around her, and I think that she builds a lot of trust with her teammates, and just she values relationships a lot, and yes, she is very comfortable in her skin.
Yeah, I feel like Raven's she's a hard worker, and she stays true to herself. Like Tessa was saying, we know what to expect from her. She's such a reliable player to the point where when she says something to you, I mean, you take it to heart. Like yes, she goofy a little bit, but when she tells you, like, she always tells me like I'm unstoppable, or she'll tell people like that nobody can guard them. Like she's constantly instilling confidence in her players, and I mean she's a great player. So like coming from her, who's been a part of this program for so long, it's just something that is kind of irreplaceable.
Question on the right.
Chapo Fowler with the State for Tessa. Just from your vantage point, can you tell us the backstory behind the "Who Can Guard Tessa" T-shirt and what it's like to see your teammates wearing that on the sidelines in the tournament?
She hates it, guys.
Not hates it.
Okay. Just like.
I mean, I appreciate their support. The fact that what Joycey was saying earlier, like our teammates bring confidence to everyone else. Like, yes, it's Raven, but it's Joycey too. Like, it's everyone. You can see it on the bench. You can see even the coaching staff or just our staff in general. It's very just like a family kind of culture. And I feel like the fact that, I mean, Chloe was wearing it to support me, and that just shows like a little bit of support that we all bring like to each other, if that makes sense.
Good job.
What?
Follow-up question, can you make that mic live again?
Do you know where they got the baby picture on the shirt? Was that your agent or parent or?
I think my mom sent it in to like, didn't we have baby pictures for something?
Yeah, it was like a media thing. I don't know. They told us to sign our baby picture. Like, we didn't know what it was initially, but like, can you sign this? And it was our baby picture.
and then it just got out there.
Question in the middle?
Joyce, just with the amount of different ways the Oklahoma offense plays, push the pace, how good they are 1 to 5, just what's the challenge of defending a team like that, especially for 40 minutes?
I feel like the biggest challenge is that they're very fast. Obviously, they're one of the higher paces offense in the nation, but they have a very big dominant post player with shooters around her, and I feel like that's the most challenge because you can help, but you help too much, you're gonna get a 3 knocked down in your face. So there's a balance to the situation, and you have to stop it. You have to stop both the 3-point line and her on the inside, plus their pace. So, and their rebounding. That also.
Another question in the center?
I want to follow up to my earlier question. Raven, you talked about the people that have come before you, someone like Aaliyah Boston. What have those people that have come before you taught you about how to be a leader for this group and how to help bring out the best in everyone else and make them comfortable in their own skin?
Yeah, I remember when I was a freshman, they were hard on me. I used to call them grandmas. I was like, geez, they're like so serious about everything because I'm so goofy. And I think, they were great leaders. They always talked about pro habits, and they always say you need to take good habits everywhere you go because those are contagious and they carry on to other people. So I always carry that with me and always instill that into my head because that's actually true. But I think they were great leaders on and off the court. So.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time and wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you.
and culture wins. And so who are we? You know, what kind of group are we? Our culture is built on so many things: love, respect, loyalty, camaraderie, synergy, selflessness, giving, integrity, all of that stuff. And so who are we when when our backs are against the wall and, you know, that we're put in adverse situations? So, you know, one of the things that I talk about with our players anyway, just after life after basketball, that's a big part of it, is you have to be resilient in life. You know, you have to be able to persevere through adversity. You have to be able to handle the hard times and smile in the face of adversity, things like that. So we try to create as much adversity in practice as we can so that they can get ready for the moment in games when it happens throughout the course of the season. But, you know, there's times where that doesn't always happen the way we want it to, you know. But if they're learning the overall message of that and pushing through and fighting together and things like that, they'll be ready for life after basketball. But in, you know, I guess in the context of what your question is, we were able to carry those lessons we learned through the course of the season into those games in the NCAA tournament. And so when we were faced with that adversity, or, you know, other teams punching back, or we went down by 9 in the Iowa game, or whatever it was, we weren't rattled. You know, we had extreme poise. Everybody was locked in the huddles. Everybody understood, okay, we've been here before. We've had quite a few overtime games this year. And we were able to just come together and stay together and have fun while we do it, too.
Down here in front.
Hi, Coach. Charlotte Gibson, ESPN. I'm curious, what does it mean to you and this team to be the first double-digit ranked team to be in the Sweet 16 since 2022? And then kind of a two-parter, how would you categorize this kind of remarkable run that you've had? During March Madness, we hear Cinderella story, underdog story. I'm curious from your own words how you would categorize it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, all the glory always goes to God. I'm a God-fearing woman, and that is in the forefront of my life. And so for me, it's God. You know, I'm just thankful that He chose me. I'm thankful that this was part of the purpose, you know, part of the reason why I was drawn to Virginia and why He chose Virginia for me. So to me, this was all kind of in the plan, and that's just what I believe. I just give a lot of praise, and I'm just thankful and just extreme gratitude. Just to be in this position, you know, to have the opportunity to lead these young people and impact their lives, you know, because that's a big reason why I coach. And it's just equipping them for life, you know, through the game of basketball, which is the vessel that we do this through. So to be a part of this and to kind of etch your name in history is amazing. You know, it's a blessing, but it's also what we talked about with this group. It's definitely what we talked about with Kimora Johnson when she committed to us without us even coaching a game. You know, she committed to a program that was coming off a season before we got there of 5-22 and dead last in the ACC. And she believed in the vision, and we talked about the vision. We talked about this moment, you know, and I didn't know when it was going to come, you know, she didn't know when it was going to come. It was kind of just leading with blind faith, but, you know, we talked about that. And then every other kid that's committed, we talked about that, you know, being a part of something that's special, something that's bigger than yourself, because they see the banners every day. They're in our gym, so they know, okay, this program was elite at some point, right? And then why not be a part of bringing it back? So that's been the message all season, and to be here now and you know, just to watch the joy on their faces, like I said, has just been amazing.
Question over here.
Hey, Coach. Dylan Clearfield, USA Today Sports Network. First of all, congratulations on the season so far. I wanted to ask, how much did you know about the precedent or the history of double-digit seeds reaching this point, specifically before you went on this run with your team this season?
I didn't know. You know, I've been in the NCAA tournament as a head coach, obviously, before, but even just through the course of my years coaching multiple times, many times. And I guess I didn't really know that, but I don't really focus on that. And it's funny because I said this to, I think, media after the Georgia game. I wasn't focused because everybody was like, oh, upset. You know, I think they were 7 seed. We were obviously 10 seed. But I wasn't even focused on that. Like, I didn't even know. I really didn't know. And that's just because that's how I prepare my teams. I'm very, very confident in what we can do, right? And if we do the things that I'm asking you to do and the things I know we can do, I'm always confident that we can win any game. And so even when I was at my last stint at Missouri State, we didn't focus on seeds. We were a 5 seed one year, the year we went to Sweet 16. We didn't focus on seeds. I just never do. I focus on us. You know, how good we can be if we're locked in. So when everybody was, oh, upset, this, that, I was just kind of like, well, we won the game. Let's move on. Like, you know, and even going into the Iowa game in the locker room, I was like, I don't care what seed they are. I don't even know what seed they are. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I really don't, because if we are really locked in on what we're trying to do and the message that I'm trying to get across, we're going to be good. You know, we have everything we need. We got the dynamic point guard. We got guards. We got bigs. We have all that stuff. It comes together. It clicks. We're a special team. So I'm not focused on other people and, you know, obviously we have the game plan. We're always going to, you know, we have a scout. We're always going to be prepared on what they do. But as far as just how social media hypes up the 2 seed, 1 seed, whatever it is, we don't get into that. So I wasn't really, I just didn't know, honestly, until afterwards. Usually my SID tells us all that stuff.
We'll follow up to that. Do you have a favorite NCAA tournament upset of all time?
That I was involved in?
Either that you were involved in or just one that you've seen throughout your life of watching basketball.
Well, then obviously the Iowa game we just played.
Okay. Then one that you weren't involved with.
One that I wasn't involved in. I don't know. There's been a lot of good ones. I don't know. I'm focused. I'm focused on what we're doing right now. You got to ask me that later on in the season when I'm not focused about us.
No Cinderellas, nothing?
I got nothing for you. It's all about us right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question right here in the center.
Hey, Coach. I know Samaya has had a really tough year off the court. I'm wondering what you've been able to see out of her recently, how she's been able to sort of come into her own and figure out her place in this program, and like what her experience having had success in the NCAA tournament has done for you guys.
Yeah. I got one for you. NC State men 2 years ago. Wasn't it 2 years ago when they went to the Final Four?
Yep.
There you go. That was a good one. All right, back to you. So Samaya, she's been through a lot, and I've talked about it a lot. I mean, she's right when she got to us in May. She got on grounds in May, and she had a knee surgery. She was out the whole summer, and then she kind of worked her way back, and then she had a knee surgery right before the season. Missed, I think, 8 or 9 games, and then she came back, played 3 games, was playing great, and unfortunately her mother passed away, and that's been really, really rough. And then she tried to start working her way through that, and then her grandfather passed away. So she's had quite a bit of adversity, but you know her sisters have been right there with her, and so have we, and just kind of helping her work through all that. So you know she's the one that has the most winning experience in March, obviously being a national champion with LSU. And so you know her bringing that experience and bringing what it takes to win in March has been tremendous. You know it's been helpful for sure for our group. But she's also been working through her own stuff. So I think it's like she brings the experience, but also she's needed our players to uplift her too and, allow her to continue to fight. Because there's been times where it was just really rough for her, but she said she wanted to be here for this team, for this coaching staff. And this is even before the NCAA tournament happened. So I'm just really happy that she's persevering, like I said, and being strong. And then, when she has her days where it's a hard day, we're there for her. But she's also there for the team. So it's kind of both ways. But it's been really special for me just watching her kind of flourish.
Time for a couple more quick questions.
Everyone gives Kimora a lot of the headlines, but I felt like the offense that Paris has given you and the defense that Romy have given you are sort of what set the table for you guys to beat Iowa. So I'm just wondering what you've seen from both of them and just the things that they've done, maybe specifically, Paris on offense, Romy on defense, that have allowed you guys to make this run.
Yeah, I mean, again, so many people on our team. You never know whose night it's going to be. We're very deep. But Paris, she's been playing with extreme urgency, probably our last 10 games or so. It's really clicked for her. Her leadership, when just even outside the moment in practice, things like that has been really good. Paris has always been somebody that can score. She can score in so many different ways. She can defend. She's active on the ball. She guards pretty much the other best guard usually when we're in man, and she's been doing a really good job of just taking ownership of her role, and in an Iowa game, she went on an 8-0 run herself to put us right back in the game. It was like they started to make a run, the game was slipping a little bit, and she stepped up, and that's what you need your seniors to do. Romy, same thing. This is her last year eligibility. She's having so much fun, which is awesome, but she's playing with urgency as well. She's one of the ones that's always like, let's go, no matter if the other team punches. She does whatever defensive assignment you need. She's long, she's athletic, she's 6'3" guard, so she just disturbs the other team's offense with her length and the things that she can do. But so those two have been really complimentary, obviously, and we needed them to step up really all year, and they've had some good games here and there, but I would say probably like the last 8 to 10 games, they've been playing great.
Time for one more question. We're a little over time.
I'm going to go back a little bit to what you said earlier about the ACC exit, and I'm so curious, what was the messaging in that locker room, and how do you get your team back on track at that point in the season?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the way we ended the regular season was, disappointing. We had a 3-game losing streak there. Obviously, all tournament teams, but still, I knew that we were better than what we were performing and what we were displaying. So the ACC one was pretty. We lost to Clemson first. We had to bye second round, and that was hard. I think our players were very disappointed in themselves. Obviously, I was very disappointed in our performance and just our lack of togetherness. We didn't seem like we were on the same page. So I knew that if we went into the NCAA tournament with that kind of energy and that kind of lack of, I guess, synergy and camaraderie, it would be an early exit as well. So that week and a half that we had, the first couple of days were tough. It was all about toughness. It was all about being urgent. It was all about competing. It was all about tough, being together, but like pushing each other. So, practice was tough, and it needs to be that way. And they were kind of thriving in that environment. And then, towards the middle of the week, we did a lot of team bonding that forced them to come together and understand that we need everybody, the level of trust that we have to have in each other, in the coaches, in the game plan, all of that stuff, the focus we have to have, the execution we have to have, things like that. So we were able to, kind of peel back some layers there and get better outside of off the court, and then we came back again before the selection Sunday, and then got after it on the court as well. So there was a lot of growth. There was a lot of growth, basketball-wise, X and O-wise, team-wise, urgency, competing, mental and physical toughness, all of that stuff, and it was needed. So I guess those 3 games that we dropped were needed for us to do what we needed to do, because we have talent, obviously, but it just wasn't coming together the way it should, and we were able to fix that.
Coach Agugwa Hamilton, thank you so much for your time, and wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to turn around pretty quickly. We went over there, so we'll bring the student athletes up in just 1 minute. Yeah, let me get the name tags up. You got it. If you're watching, you'll know. Go for it. Hello. Welcome. Thank you. Just sit here and please have a seat. All right. We did see a couple of new people come in, so I'll be that repeating person. Please check your phone to make sure it is on silent. And if you're going to take a picture, please no flash. At this point, we have 3 student athletes from Virginia's women's basketball team with us on the dais today: Paris Clark, Gamora Johnson, and Samaya Smith. Why don't we go ahead and open it up to questions? Right here first, and then here.
Hi, Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. Coach was just mentioning the week after you guys lost in the ACC tournament, the tough practices you had, the team bonding that you had, like how she really challenged you during that week. For any of you, really, what do you remember about the bonding that took place that week, and like what you really had to lock into?
I'll start. And the first thing that I remember that comes to mind was when we did trust falls with each other. We had to stand up on a box. It was really tall, actually. And everyone had to stand behind, like one player at a time. We had to get up and then fall back onto each other. It took a couple people a lot of times to get up there. Their nerves were real. But we trust each other, and so we all completed the task.
Yeah, I would have to say also the trust fall, but I think also just the way that Coach Mox challenged us in practice and on the court. I think after the ACC tournament game, we knew that we had to come in and be better all around. So I think just being challenged on the court, just allowing us to come together as a team and have each other's back.
Samaya, did you want to answer?
No, it's okay.
Okay, we'll go on to the next question then.
Charlotte Gibson, ESPN. Kamara, this is for you. Your coach said you believed in this vision for this team before you even got to Virginia. So I'm curious, now that you're here in Sacramento for the Sweet 16, the vision is coming to reality. What does that feel like for you?
Yeah, it's unreal. It's a dream come true for sure. But this is what I came here to do. This is what they came here to do. And seeing it come to fruition has just been amazing. Truly a blessing. So.
Right here and then right here.
Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. Paris, I asked Coach Mox about your team's resiliency, right? You've a close game to Arizona State, an overtime game, a double overtime game. Like, what is it about this team that when your guys' backs were against the wall in that first weekend that you just stepped up and you made those big moments and hit the big shots, and you yourself went on an 8-0 run in that Iowa game that helped them make the comeback?
I think just how together we are. I think in that moment for me personally, it was just wanting to be there for my teammates and my sisters, and just doing whatever I could to win. But I think also in those other games, you know, all those overtimes, we just knew that we wanted this game, we wanted it more, and we knew that whoever fought harder and played harder was going to come out with the win.
Hi, ladies. Brendan Potts, World Exposure Report. For Kamara, there was a story that came out that you were kicked off the boys team in the state championship game. If that version of you knew that you would later lead your hometown team to the Sweet 16 for the first time in 20-odd years, what would they say?
Ooh, I don't know. I think she would just be so proud, so happy. I think that was a pivotal moment for me in my basketball journey. That was the moment that I knew I wanted to continue with basketball and lead change. So, yeah, I think she would be very proud, very happy.
Right here in the center.
Hi, ladies. Marissa Sisk, her Hoop Stats. Mo, Jeff Wall said this morning he thinks you're probably one of the most underrated and the best players in the country, and you probably didn't get enough credit, but with what you did, and if you had done what you did against Iowa, you still wouldn't be getting the attention. Do you agree with that? And then also, how has this kind of recent media storm been? Has it been fun, or has it been stressful, or has it been kind of both?
It's been really fun. Definitely a blessing. Not a lot of people get to say that, you know, they're one of 16 teams left playing the tournament. A little stressful, not too much, but yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the work shows, and for me, coming to Virginia was a part of that underdog story, and, you know, I've been counted out pretty much my whole life. You know, a lot of stuff wasn't handed to me. I had to work for it, but, you know, that's what I came here to do, and put Virginia back on the map, and so here we are.
We have a question from our online audience. Jackie Franchuli, apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. If you can unmute yourself and please ask your question. Go ahead, and there you go.
This is for Kimura. Caitlin Weimer had a really tough journey coming into Virginia. Obviously, she didn't know she could play basketball anymore with her injury, but she's been a really steady presence from you guys coming off the bench, and just the way she's handled herself, just mentally for you guys. What have you seen from her, and how much have you guys kind of leaned a little bit on her?
Yeah, I mean, she's an instant spark off the bench for us. She's a great player. I know the stats don't show it this year, but she is a great player, and we knew that when she came here, that she was going to come in and perform for us. Kate, you know, she's a senior, so I know she wants to leave it all out there on the court, and she's doing just that for us.
Over here on the front row.
Kimura, I know you're really close with, Isabel Gonzalez, CBS Sports. I know you're really close with Chance Mallory. I talked to him yesterday. He wishes his luck and says, don't lose. That was his message. So I'm wondering, you know, you guys growing up together, playing together when you were kids, how does that relationship kind of like help each other out, you know, when it comes to playing basketball, playing for the same school, and what kind of messages has he sent you, you know, during this Sweet 16 run?
Yeah. You know, we grew up together. He was on that team that I was disqualified from. His dad was our coach. But, you know, that's been my dog for a long time. When he was committing, I was like, you got to come here. Like, it's, you know, it's a story, and this is what we dreamed of. So he's talked to me a little bit, not much recently, but, you know, love Chance. So.
Question in the middle.
For Samaya, obviously Virginia has not been to the Sweet 16 in some time, but you have been here a few times. I'm wondering what makes this experience different, and how does it feel to be able to, share some NCAA tournament success with a new program?
I mean, I think it's no other place that I'd rather be doing it right now, no other people that I'd rather be doing it with. I mean, we're making history, and it's fun to do, fun when you have great people that you're around. I mean, it's just no other place that I'd rather be right now.
Question right here in front.
For Kamara, I can't speak on other sites, but ESPN's brackets, about 18% of them didn't have Virginia making it out of the first round. How do the doubters or the non-believers kind of fuel this group in general?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really pay attention to it that much. We're really just trying to have fun out here. But once you win one, it kind of like adds more confidence, more fuel to the fire. And so once we got the first one, we were like, okay. And then, it kind of kept rolling from there. So, yeah.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you all for being here today and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
5 minutes long with the coach, 5 minutes short with the students. It all balances out. It all balances out. Please have a seat. All right, thank you all for joining us. As is the case before every press conference, I would ask you to please check your phones and make sure they are on silent. Also, if you're planning on taking a still photograph, please make sure there is no flash. All right, we're very fortunate to have TCU head coach Mark Campbell with us right now. Welcome back to Sacramento.
Thank you.
Would you like to make an opening statement? If so, either that or we can go right to the press.
Yeah, I'll just open up with just really, really excited to be here, to still be competing with our team. And it's been a full circle moment for our coaching staff that was here at Sac State for 2 years, and then to come back and get to be playing in a regional with the chance to go to a Final Four. It's been just a really fun and special couple days.
All right, we're going to open it up to questions. Right here in the center. This will be first, second, third, fourth. Yes.
Hey, Coach. Doug Feinberg, the AP. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Two-part. You just mentioned Sac State. Is this sort of not so bad you're not in Fort Worth, that you're coming home to Sac State in some ways for this regional? And second part is just, what does it mean to get this team back here again with a new group but be able to get back to the Sweet 16?
I'd answer the first question. It's a win-win. When you saw the two regionals, or Fort Worth and Sacramento, for different reasons, both are great. I would prefer to be in Fort Worth with about 15,000 fans at Dickies Arena. But this week has just been so special. It means a lot because of where we came from in our time at Sac State, and so it's awesome. And then getting back to this point is so difficult to do. We had to rebuild or reload after losing last year's core group, and we have 10 new players that hadn't played for TCU. And to get that group to come together and have the season that we've had, it's been another magical run. It's been another special group, but Doug, it's just really hard to get to Sweet 16s. So it's been really fun. Totally different journey than last year's group, but a really fun journey.
Question right up here up front.
Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Mark, you got two of your players, Olivia and Marta, that have probably more experience than usual playing for Virginia. Has that helped at all with the scouting preparing for them?
You know, rosters turn over so much each year. We're just diving into this year's Virginia team and really studying what they're doing, how they're playing. But they're just within this season, how much Virginia's evolved from the beginning of the year till now. And so I think with Marta and Olivia, they're just old veterans that have been in so many big-time battles. I think that's the greatest asset going into this game. And those two are they're excited. They don't want their journey to end. They're ready to get after it tomorrow.
Right back here.
Coach Campbell, Jake Gaden from CBS Sacramento. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
For you, the opportunity you had at Sacramento State was the first head coaching job that you had in your career. Personally, how much did that mean to your career to be able to have that experience? And also, what experiences did you take at Sac State did you apply to TCU in your coaching career moving forward?
Yeah, great questions. First is Mark Orr was the athletic director at Sacramento State, and he's the one that gave me my first chance to be a head coach. So I'm just forever grateful for that opportunity and for him believing in me. And there's so many lessons that you took away from your time at Sac State that carried over to TCU. Both of them were major rebuilding projects. You know, I think Sac State had won 3 games the season before we got there. And so Sac State, you were able to make mistakes and learn and grow without necessarily being in the spotlight and figure out what you want to do as a head coach and how you want to build a program. And so we did that, and it was a quick flip. You know, our second year we won 25 games. And so those lessons really carried over to TCU, which was another major rebuilding project. And so TCU was 1-17 in the Big 12. And so those lessons of how to dig out of a hole, how to build a program, what kind of people you want, just all the stuff that's non-basketball. It was those 2 years at Sac State was priceless. So I'm very grateful for that. And then I think that those lessons we learned from Sac State helped us flip the program at TCU really quickly as well. So it's been an awesome journey. The last 5 years has been an absolute blur. Haven't really caught my breath from any of it, but I've loved it. I've loved every minute.
Right back here and then down here. Go ahead.
Hey, Mark, Coach Campbell, Kevin John, ABC 10. Welcome back to the 916. I was watching an interview with you yesterday that you were doing at Sac State while practicing, and you got particularly emotional when you were describing or asked about your coaching journey. And, you know, to see that emotion come out of you was just profound and remarkable, but can you just describe where that comes from and just the gratitude and, you know, when you look back on your journey and your first opportunity there and where a lot of that emotion came from?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many layers to it. There's all sorts of emotions when we got to go practice at the Nest and all the special memories that we had there. But a mixture of my, you know, professional journey and the last 5 years of helping rebuild 2 programs that were just buried, and kind of the blood, sweat, and tears it takes to get a program up and running at an elite level, and the staff that's been there with me for all 5 years. And then just the toll it takes on your family. My wife and my 2 daughters, they're teenagers and they've moved around the country from Eugene to Sacramento to Fort Worth, and just the life aspect sometimes people forget about, and that's a heavy lift. And so I'm just thankful for my wife and everything she did for our family and my daughters. And them moving around is not easy. And so there's just a lot that's gone into the last 5 years, and it's tears of joy and gratitude, all sorts of memories. And it's a lot of hard work. I mean, I don't think there's many examples of coaches in the last 5 years that have taken over 2 programs that have been just absolutely buried at the level that TCU and Sac State were at, and to have historic seasons at both places. And so, again, it's been an incredible journey. It's been a fun journey. But being at the back at the Nest, it got me emotional in a good way.
Right down here in front.
Hey, Coach. Brendan Potts, World Exposure Report. Through all the in-game moments that might be more frustrating than others, whether it's in general or throughout the season, how does it feel to see Olivia maybe react to 1 or 2 of them, but then shortly just stay calm, cool, and collected, and just take full command of her troops like she does?
Yeah, the journey with Olivia this season has been awesome and special. Getting to know her on the court, off the court, and what makes her tick, and how to coach her and how to help her. It's just been neat to see her growth, especially as a leader. I think it was on full display the second half against Washington when we were just struggling in the first half to have a flow and a rhythm. And Olivia's will and spirit in the second half was not going to let us lose. And so I absolutely love that kid. I am so proud of her, and I'm glad we get another 40 minutes to go to battle together.
First row here with the red. If somebody can get her a mic, please. Thank you. We're going to go 2 over there, then we're going to come here, then we're going to go there, and then we're going to come here.
Olivia Sayer, USA Today. Marta Suarez battled a bunch of adversity early in her collegiate career. Now that you've had some time with her, what about her do you think allowed her to overcome that?
Man, Marta she's overcome a lot of life adversity, not just basketball. She got dealt a tough hand, and she is a resilient kid. She is a brilliant human being. She has a brilliant mind, one of the most talented, artistic people I've ever been around. And then her basketball skills and her work ethic, her grit, her toughness, just all those characteristics has allowed Marta to overcome a lot, and not just overcome it, but just thrive. She's our warrior, and she's been that way this whole year. She's got one of the greatest work ethics that I've ever been around, and so again, she is someone. It has been so fun to get to know her and really truly understand what makes Marta tick. But she's got a great family and dad and brother that have been just an awesome support network for her, throughout this journey of her college career.
Question right behind.
Hi, Cindy Henderson, USA Today. Olivia Miles has opened up about finding her love of the game again. It's the same thing that Haley Van Lith said last year. What about your program has helped these high-impact transfers fall in love with the game again?
Man, great question. There's so many parts to that, right? I think we are very intentional on trying to find the right people. There's a basketball piece to making sure they fit with what we're trying to do with our scheme, but then there's the human element. That's a lot harder to figure out and get right. And we work really, really hard to try to find the right young people that are going to fit our culture, our environment. And so both Olivia and Haley have truly blossomed. I think both of them got their love for the game of basketball back. But I think it's our village. And within a program, from your strength coach to your trainer to your nutritionist to your coaching staff to your GAs, there's so many people involved in having an impact on these student athletes. And so I think there's just our village is special. And then I think just we allow young people to be themselves, and for Olivia to be the best version of Olivia, and for Marta Suarez to figure out what's the best version of Marta Suarez and allow her to be herself. And to put all these people together, and it's intentional. You're trying to find a right blend of egos and personalities and alphas and humble kids and get that whole thing right. And so it's not an exact science, but right now in the portal era, I think we're doing as good as anybody in assembling teams each year.
Right up here.
Michael Vopel, ESPN.com. Coach, it really isn't that long ago that you were, I think you put as America's team because you were having to, basically look to the student body. Can you talk about doing it that fast? You talked about, your these last two jobs have been digging programs out of the dirt, and you've been able to do it, but to be able to do it that fast, could you have imagined that, say, back in January of 2023, and you're trying to do that at that point, and it seems so far away then?
Man, great question. When we were holding open tryouts and forfeiting games because you didn't have enough healthy bodies, and we were at the rec center and trying to figure out which kids were going to add to our program, at that point it was overwhelming. But we've been able to flip it, relatively quickly, and I think it's kind of my coaching journey from Oregon State days. If you go back, Coach Ruick, I got to be a part of his staff, and we had to hold open tryouts in August when we took over. It was a Pac-10 at that time, and you literally had to build a team from scratch. And so that learning experience and how to build a program brick by brick, I've carried those lessons with me my whole career. And Scott's an incredible program builder, and then Oregon, when we went there, and I got to be a part of the staff with Coach Graves, it was another program that kind of bottomed out. And so I think it took 4 years for us to break into the NCAA tournament and kind of have that Elite Eight run. So part of my coaching journey has been a part of being at these programs from day one and helping restore and build them from the ground up. And so as daunting as that time at TCU was when we're holding open tryouts, I kind of have lived that over and over again. And there is a blueprint, there is a formula, finding the right people. At the end of the day, you need elite talent and elite people to win at the highest level. And so we have been very strategic with the talent we've added, the people we've added, and obviously the Lord has blessed our labor and given me wisdom in figuring all of these things out and all these moving parts and variables. And right now, you guys, The NIL and the era and the portal era has created kind of chaos in college athletics, and we dove into it. You know, we didn't sit back. I would say we embraced the portal, we embraced the NIL scene, and attacked it. And I think it's paid off. And I think we've been at the front end of that in college athletics.
Right up here, and then we'll go there, and then that'll be it.
Marcus, how big of a excuse me, my bad. How big of an X factor can Dono be for you guys up here?
Donovan Hunter's our backbone of our whole program. She is one of the most humble, hardworking, selfless players I've ever coached. An example for you guys that don't know Dono, we've been there. She's been with us 2 years now. And in 2 years, the kid, and I mean this literally, any set of lines in any conditioning drill we've done in the last 2 years, Dono's never lost one drill, not one time. She is the ultimate competitor and winner. Dono allowed Haley Van Lith to be Haley Van Lith a year ago, and Dono has allowed Olivia to be Olivia Miles. And so she is what makes this whole thing work. And so she'll be ready to go tomorrow, and every night she guards the other team's best offensive player if they're a perimeter player, and she brings it.
Final question right here, Joe.
Mark, Joe Davidson, Sacramento Bee. Good to see
Joe,
you.
good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you talk about how great women's basketball is now? Rising programs like yours, Virginia, a low seed, and just how the star power and the popularity, and you're riding this whole wave.
Yep. Women's basketball has been a rocket ship. And it's taken years and years and years for it to get to this point. You know, ironically, I think it was the Sedona Prince NCAA tournament when she brought light to the disparity between men's March Madness and women's March Madness, and brought a healthy spotlight that has allowed women's basketball to grow at an elite level, right? And then there's just been incredible star power that's been coming along at the right time. I'm highlighting Caitlin, but there's been so many people. But just Caitlin came along at the perfect time, and then now there's just all sorts of stars. And then just last week, the WNBA and the new collective bargaining agreement and the new salaries, and like it's just been brick by brick and step by step for women's basketball. And it's like you said, it's been a rocket ship, and I'm trying to jump on that rocket ship and do my part. But it's not slowing down. It's been amazing. I think one of the next evolutions, and I don't know how many years out that is, but I think the women's game is going to be able to hold its own and be at neutral sites, like the men's tournaments from the get-go. And again, I don't know when that happens, but that's going to be another evolution that unfolds here over the next couple years.
Coach Campbell, thank you so much for your time with us today, and we wish you the very best of luck in your game tomorrow.
I just want to say it's so cool seeing so many familiar faces out here. It's awesome. Stingers up, go Frogs.
There you go. Thank you all for your patience and understanding. I know that we don't all see each other's hands going up. I'm trying to get everybody in the order that they put their hands up. So just want to thank you for your patience with us as we work towards you with the microphone. Please have a seat in front of your name there. Oh, and sorry, if you'll, your coach likes to show off the logo. Sorry, it's my a little OCD on my part. Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Here we are now at the final pre-game interviews for the TCU women's team. On the dais with us today, Donovan Hunter, Olivia Miles, and Martha Suarez. We're going to go ahead and start with questions. We're going to start right back here, and then we'll go there.
Hi, ladies. Jake Eden from CBS here in Sacramento. When you guys entered the nest yesterday with Coach Phillips, what was your first impression of him coaching in that gymnasium or whatever you want to call it? What was the thought process of that?
I mean, I thought it was cool just to have a full circle moment for anybody, to have, you know, kind of your stepping stone and your beginning process of being a head coach at the Division I level. So to be able to go from that section and then be with your present team now, just to kind of reflect on it, I thought it was cool for him.
Olivia, Marta, either one of you?
I thought it was cool. You know, cool experience to see where Coach Campbell came from and you know what he was able to build there. And obviously, they allowed him to be a head coach first, and then allowed him obviously to go to TCU after. So just a cool place to be, full circle moment for him. And, I was glad to be a part of it, a little part of his journey.
Yeah, he was very excited. I think we were very excited for him. We've heard some stories about Sac State, and also just cool to see how many opportunities and the access to the facilities that we have, and the comparison between TCU and what he's built there, and then Sac State and what he had to work with. Just cool to be a part of it.
All right, next question right up front, and then right next to him.
Stephen Johnson, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Question for you, Marta. I know like a deep tournament run was one of the reasons you came to TCU. So how much does it mean to you being here in the Sweet 16 with your teammates?
I'm blessed. I'm just so excited. And then obviously Fort Worth would have been a great experience, but being back here in Sacramento, it also kind of feels a little bit like a full circle moment for me too. I have a lot of people in the Bay that I love and that I got to know during my time in my previous school. So it's awesome to come here and be able to experience it, and then just to have more time with these girls. Just fun. I'm just very excited up for the game. Like, it's as competitive as it gets. The level is as high as it gets, and I think that's what we play for, what we live for. So I'm just excited about that.
Hi, ladies. Brendan Potts, World Exposure Report. For Olivia, I talked to Coach about those frustrating in-game moments and how you've shortly been able to just stay even-keeled and command your troops, so to speak. Just what goes into just moving on from those moments and being able to stay calm and command the troops?
My teammates, truthfully. They saved me from literally running out the building and running home, literally, because I get so frustrated at times when I'm, missing easy shots like I was at Washington. But ultimately, these girls have my back, and they understand that, I'm a big part of what we do, and they want to keep me as confident as possible. And especially these two right here, they're always in my ear. Marta especially, I was screaming the other day, and she's like, Olivia, you're fine. And, it takes people around you who believe in you to enable you to make that switch. And that's why I'm able to play the way that I play and, get us back into games and get people open, because they keep my mindset in a good place. Not saying that I can't do it myself, but, sometimes people need a little help, and these two really help me a lot with that.
Question up front.
Yeah, Michael Vopel, ESPN.com. Olivia, this was for you. I think a year ago, all of us were kind of bugging you at the Sweet 16. What are you going to do next? Are you coming back to college, going to the WNBA draft, and you made that decision? You felt like another year of college seasoning would be good for you. What has this year been like for you, and what are the ways you think you have grown to now be ready for that next step whenever, in a few weeks?
Yeah, I wish I could sit here and tell you I'm coming back to TCU for another year, because it's just been amazing for me. But unfortunately, I only get 1 year, and, while it's sad, I think it was meant to be this way, so I can cherish and appreciate it and everything that I've been able to do here and the people that I've been able to meet and impact. But this year has been nothing short of spectacular for me. The wins and losses are what they are, but it's truly the moments in between that have helped me grow as a person and a basketball player, and helped me to gain the confidence that I need to be a pro, and that's ultimately why I came back. That was my main priority, was to find Olivia again, find her joy, find her spirit, and her love for the game, and play at a level that, I knew I could reach, but I really wasn't getting there for some reason. And TCU has allowed me to do that. Very glad I made that decision. And ultimately, it came with a bunch of bonuses, like the WNBA figuring stuff out, and me getting healthier, and me meeting awesome teammates, and whatever that may be. It came with a bunch of bonuses as well.
Question over here.
Hi, over here. Sydney Henderson, USA Today. Did you guys pack your number 40 practice jerseys for this trip? And if so, what do they symbolize to each of you, especially considering your comeback win over Washington in the second round?
Yes, ma'am, Sydney, we did pack our jerseys. 40 minutes, I think for us that just means we understand who we are, the potential that we have, the talent that we have, and we also understand that, in March, in these games, that's not just it, you know what I mean? We need to be able to figure out how to put 40 minutes together, but if we do that, we have the potential to do whatever we want to do. So I think it's just a matter of pride and of confidence, as well as just kind of like a commitment and hard work.
We'll go up here, and then we'll come over here.
Question for Donna. When you're going through,
Sorry, I was trying to find you.
When you're going through a stretch, when maybe your offensive numbers are where you want them to be, like how much is Mark's approach of like always uplifting and providing that confidence? How much does that make it easy to maybe navigate that storm?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, not just me, but to all of us, he just says, keep shooting. I have teammates around me that are just continue to say, be confident. So I think just words of positive affirmation, just keeping your head up. He knows all the work that all of us put in. So even if there's a night where my numbers aren't, up on the board or the highest numbers, I think he knows at the end of the day the work that I'm putting in behind the scenes. So he just says, continue to work, keep going. At the end of the day, I know it too. I don't place just all my eggs in one basket in terms of just offense. If I'm on offense, that's great, but I focus on a lot of other things in the game. So he also knows that, so he kind of pushes me in other categories to be able to just focus on that too if my shooting isn't great.
Right here.
Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. This is for all three of you, but all three of you chose to transfer into this program and have talked about how much this has sort of relifted you guys' basketball careers. And just personally, what is it about Coach Campbell and this program that has helped all of you and all the other transfers that have come in before sort of reinvigorate them and find that joy again?
Yeah, I think number one is the culture and his ability to allow us to play with freedom. I think it's very appealing. No one wants to be in a system where it's like you can only shoot a pull-up jump shot, or you can only get to the rim, you can't make one-hand passes, like stuff like that. I think he allows us to be creative and be ourselves, obviously within some structure, but he allows us to find our joy, which is, similar to when we were kids and we just rolled the ball out and played and hooped and we weren't worrying who was around us or what coach was saying. And it's the same feeling I get when I'm here. And, I can speak for myself, but I'm sure it's similar for these two sitting next to me.
Yeah, going off what she said, I think he has a very cool ability to see people and see what their gifts are and what their strengths are and what moves them, or at least he's intentional about figuring that out and he understands the importance of that. And then from then on, he just gives space for you to do that. Of course, he's not just a free spirit. He's gonna give you some guidelines and kind of try to channel you to do it the right way. Basically what they said. Everyone's experience is obviously different, but we can all say the same thing in regarding he wants us to be successful. He wants us to reach our full potential, and he states that for everyone that comes into TCU. So I think that's just important in the world of college basketball or sports in general, to be able to kind of have that outlet where, your coach wants you to reach your full potential.
Right down here in front.
Hi, ladies. Michelle Smith from the 9. TCU is sort of a model for the current state of basketball in terms of the portal and NIL and all of that. For all of you, you all have different NCAA experiences with different programs and things. How quickly did it come together this season, and what was that like? What was it like to pull a team together of people who come from a lot of different places and with different experiences? And were any of you nervous about coming in a one-year situation and having all of that come together?
That's a very good question. I think you can always keep getting to know people. So I wouldn't say there was like a one moment that we figured it out. We're still growing. We're still growing as individuals. Therefore, the team is still changing. We're still getting to know each other. But to me personally, I had a very. Oh, are you okay? Oh, well, us too. What I was gonna say, me personally, in the summer, I found myself so excited about the team. Like, it was very early. I knew we still had to get to know each other, but first of all, trusting the coaches and the people that they bring in, and then just starting to have conversations and having fun in practice with them. I just had a very good feeling. Like, I kept talking to my dad, and I was like, no, we're gonna have a great year. Like, I did have that intuition, but then of course you gotta go through, like any type of relationship, the relationship is not real until you've really broken it down and then figure out how to get back together. So in every season you're gonna have ups and downs, and I think that's what keeps building us. But we're not there, like nobody's there, there's always more to grow. But I think our hearts are always in the right place, and we do love each other, which it's priority number one.
Right up front. Oh, do you want to do a follow-up? Of course.
Yeah, I can add to that. I was a little nervous. Obviously, I had been at a school for 4.5 years before and had grown up with a lot of the girls there and played with them all my career. And so jumping into a new space with new teammates, obviously we had lost to them last year, so it was a little awkward at first. But like Marta said, I think she said it perfectly, like our hearts are in the right place. Coach Mark does a great job of recruiting great kids, so we never had to worry about any malicious, feelings or intentions. And everyone was just genuinely there to be better, get one more year, at least for the seniors, to maximize our potential, and to build relationships for life. And like she said, it's an ongoing process. I don't think there was one moment where it clicked. I will say, though, through our adversity, we grew a lot more in those moments together. But like I said, there's not one moment where it clicks. Like every day I find new ways to get close to Marta and new ways to get close to Dono and the rest of my teammates. And it's just so special about this group and this culture. It allows us to make mistakes and be vulnerable in front of each other and in a safe and healthy environment.
I would say for me, I feel like even from AAU to college, I've always kind of been on teams or organizations where either way the next year there was always a lot of new people. So I think for me in that realm, I don't necessarily get nervous when there's a new team. I think I've been able to see the benefits of being able to put together a new team from AAU days to my freshman year, sophomore year, junior year. I think it's all been a new squad for me. So it's been good. I think, again, like they said, if your head's in the right space and all of you want the right things on a basketball team, I think it's going to click together. And as we're still growing, I think it's been a really cool process to see everybody come in, especially for their last years, to have to risk that. That is a big risk. So I'm glad that it all came together.
Right down front.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. Livy, you're no stranger to Virginia, having played them for many years in the Notre Dame days. What makes this team different than the team you might have played the last couple of years? What makes them able to get to the Sweet 16 for the first time in so long?
Yeah, I think this Virginia team in recent years has a lot more size and a lot more depth. I think they've been together for a while, so I think they're getting used to playing with each other more and more. And I think their chemistry, out of all the times I've played them, their chemistry looks nails this year. So I think it's depth and size, and then also their ability to grow with chemistry with each other. I think chemistry is one of the most important things in sports. Having that synergy with your teammates can, let you beat anyone on the court.
Here.
Jack Church, her hoop stats. Marta, facing adversity, going to overtime against Washington on Sunday, just how do you think facing that early can help you on a potential NCAA tournament run?
I think we love it. I think we love that we had two great games in first and second round. In terms of our first round was a game where everybody got touches. We moved the ball. I think it was a great version of ourselves. So we know we got that. And I think the second round just gave us that, hey, we pulled it off. There's going to be ugly games. This is March. There's nothing going to be easy. Adversity happens. Teams are fighting. It's going to be ugly sometimes, and we pulled it off, and we did it in front of a great crowd. I think it was a tremendous win. So I think it gave us a lot of energy. Like, okay, we did that. We know we've had some ugly games during the season. We pulled this one off onto the next one. Count and then learn from it and keep growing. Of course, I put myself in foul trouble way too early in that game, and so little things that, it happens. It's basketball. That's life. But excited we pulled it off. That speaks to our character and to our will, and we've done that, so we can do that again.
And a final question right here.
Hey, Dylan Clearfield, USA Today Sports Network. Congratulations. Mar, this is for you. I know you use art as an outlet for off-court interests or maybe stress relief. How do you use art and other outlets for you and your team to get through hardship this season?
Yeah, I think it's a big part. I mean, at the end of the day, when you do art, you're kind of forced to just sit down and be mindful and focus and do what you do. And I was talking to one of my teammates earlier today. You're doing art, and she mentioned it in an interview earlier before. You're going to mess up whether you want it or not. You're doing your makeup, you're going to mess up whether you want it or not. But it's a matter of trust the process, keep going, keep painting. And it's definitely, I gave him a little gift a couple of days ago. It's also a love language. So to be able to have been, I felt so inspired this season throughout the summer. And that's how you know I'm in a good spot, because I felt so inspired to do art and to do gifts. And these girls just made it a lot more fun. They probably don't even know it, but most of my canvases this season, there's a piece of them in every single one of it. So yeah, a huge part of who I am, and hopefully something that the team appreciates and get my love from.
Donovan, Olivia, Marta, thank you so much for your time and wish you the very best of luck this weekend.
Thank you. You said my name right. You said my name right.
Nunca he visitado Oviedo, pero...